Милена, според мен е малко бърза ми, още няма хора.
Ние може да си приказваме просто ти половин час и по.
Да, може да пеем и чалга.
Ага, чалга ще пеете. Аз си отивам.
Ще пеем чалга.
Ако ви се разпеете на чалги.
Ще пеем поп.
Ще пеем чело коти книжки.
Да. Стих.
А Деница Денислава къде? Няма я.
Бати за заснението.
The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation. A passport issued to a man named Johansson. Perfect.
Дай да зачакам малко.
Да зачакаме.
Его доктор Зънчо.
Супер скучен е този въпросник.
Някои звучат тихо, някои звучат силно.
Аз винаги звучат тихо. Нещо не ми е вред скайпа, не мога да го правя.
Микрофонче да си увеличиш нещо.
Абе не може бе.
Бадак не може бе. Да посади нещо на хиподил.
Не.
Няма какво да пускаш, аз мога да ти го изпея.
За гроздобера.
Гроздобера ли настъпи? Как
А не си синьо. Браво! Чеше кино много пъти.
Пълниш гащички зранца.
Знаеш да ги сушиш. 5 години.
Вместо да запеете някаква чалгичка, така подходяща за петък вечер.
Чалгичка?
Кой ми препоръчва тук да не пее?
Прескочете го този въпросник бе.
Да можеш.
Ужасен.
Може, слабото. Ама той по полицая тук ще ни бие.
Ами сега няма да пее.
Гарито притежава ли единствен комплект ключове към театъра в Фер?
Да.
То Ферфакс не беше ли един от ние британските летци?
Да бе. Hello.
Къде ми е черна българицата си няма?
Българицата.
Нема българи в нея.
Петко си чака песента.
Херман Грило притежава това място. Капитан Лаури има ли нещо общо с предприятие Прокош?
Добре, друг път сме много и затова има ехо. Сега защо има ехо?
Няма ехо.
Няма, ама аз да чувам по 5 пъти.
Спри си звука.
Спрял съм го, бе. Да не участвам за сефте в телевизионно предаване.
Бромби обзор. Бомбой обзор.
Оле...
Тия малня не ми дава ли?
Неко диво без начало.
Вера, за кокошицата знаеш ли?
Кошчите, ела ли?
Да.
Да. Пламен Кънев е възмутен от моето пеене и не ми разрешава.
Ще гласувам с мнозинство.
Не. От хора няма да пее, обещавам. Само вкъщи.
Пей.
Айде,
Айде да
ама...
го махнем този въпросник, защото...
Ама...
Епизодично се включвам в играта и тия неща са ми...
То хубаво ми... Нищо не си спомням от предния път, с кой говорих.
Точно затова дайте едно walkthrough да го минаме.
Да, ама трябва да отваряш всичко сега.
Свалям нещо възможно,
Защо ми изчерна Кирил?
Пера,
Да?
ти нали превеждаш игрички?
Вера 3.
Да. Оня ден имаше Вера 2 гази. Ама сигурно така.
И върху какво работиш сега?
Не бебешки такива. Пиксел хънтни.
Да вземем приколи, че мога да играя.
Кое?
Много английски, бе. Симс.
Сега почват да я стикам. Secret Files ли?
Не бе, Симс само на ролевата игра.
Не знам. Аз превеждам такива детски игрички. Разни феи, разни диглета.
Са по някакъв Юпитер. Стига. Планети тук. Лонинги.
Юпитер, той си отдавна.
Това стане по терминатор до това и картинката ще тотално завърши.
Никой ли друг няма ехо, само аз имам.
И аз имам.
Хайде да липсувам. Какво правим сега?
Чакаме някой да реши въпросник.
Оле, аз дори не знам персонажите.
Аз поздравявам Петко, обаче не знам къде е. Какво е това рануе?
Някакво question емоционно. Нормално чужденеца. Стария фер. Оня трупа, дето беше там с върта. Най-вероятно.
Защо няма геймче?
Първо предния път, кой играеше вечерта, много играше тази игра. Може ли хърти?
Аз нищо не си спомням.
Не може.
Добре, това ли е идеята на играта, бе, бахти?
О, ето го питаем.
Не би следвало да може, защото ако няма официално завещанието, би трябвало по такова. Там по водата да се... унаследява. Не може. Нали се обиждам, аз казах, че ако няма завещание, би трябвало на това.
О, така ме.
Всяки да упреща.
Де бе, коте?
Да, това значи, ще бъде потвърден. Я да видя втората страница.
Аз нямам килибица.
За какво ти е?
Да си пиша.
Пиши си на латин.
Мразя.
Ги видят.
Еми, значи да. И прилагаш това.
Натурално
Значи от Пламен Кънев идва това ехо, защото той иска да намалите звука, музиката на играта, за да ви чува. И да чува играта.
Той не е в разговор, откъде това е?
Не, значи не от него. Не знам.
Я зачувам по 10 пъти. О, Лев Пордец има пичи.
Може. Да кажем, че племенникът тогава такова се често тогава. Да. Или не. Това тук кабинет Лойт и... Я го пусни това да види в кабинета на моите.
We must have... The question should be answered yes or no.
Я да го видя в документ на Лойт и Лойт Мастер. Ето в едно надолу. Е това, да. Аха, да, стих. Водете го. Я дай му... Надолу уния снимки от къщата ли са? Значи трябва да е...
Вижте по-долу и долу. Ключовите думи. Кога е адресирано това? Това писмо, кога е адресирано?
Кое писмо?
Милая, те не са моите кучета. Кучетата Милая. Славен Кънев е настроен срещу мене днес. Дай ми да...
Чакай. Е, това дето беше от 9 тама. Дето, Е, това да.
Имаше един
Не можах да го дочета.
А тук ли да ми занесеш?
Според мен е това. Дай да го видим. Я виж, там надолу мисля, че имаше едно писмо до капитан. Не. Дай надолу. Не, надолу.
Не, стоя.
Това относно капитан Лаури. Относно капитан Лаури, да е предпоследно.
Предпоследното.
Това. Топа на сечета. Вчера след продължителна борба в жилището си, намиращо се в очи на капитан Лаури. Въпреки че в продължение на седмици страдаше от треска и дехидратация ли пише? Да.
Горе, да му толкова.
Не съм сигурен, но ми се дочуват две мъжки и един женски глас.
Не, това пише нещо за...
Тук пише как иска да бъде погребан. Няма отношение към...
Пламене, ако запея, ще ме чуеш ли?
Пей.
Ага, бебе. Съди Боже, казва той.
Пей.
Аз не знам коя е тази Андрея.
Нека чалгаджи.
Не мога да помогна.
Яка е.
Супер готина.
Питайте Даниелка.
Чаловете не е за слушане, а за гледане.
А това...
We must have made an error, Watson. The question should be... We must have made an... The question should...
Аз съм направил креш.
We must have made an...
Скайп или не?
The question should be answered.
Това ще го чуваме още доста.
Поне да показваме какво въпросът е.
Сексуално еротично.
Какво?
Сексуално
We
еротично.
must have made... The question should be answered yes or no, and
О, якакви работи си пишли тия в скайпа зад гърба му.
we must have... The question should be answered yes or no.
Аз сега се усетих.
Изпусна.
И я боли ръчичката. И ни пита док. О, мамо. Вие знаете ли как се прави тежки?
Какво стана с играта?
Няма.
Зарязахме.
Давай да ги мислим тия, просто се е видял, че ако някой не все такова да ги мисли, ще си виси има така цела вече.
Милене, Пламен каза да го добавиш в другия чат. Сигурно си видял.
Аз че мен.
Мухабета загробя.
Те казват, че се съблича в момента.
Ама и други работи казва. С Верка са си робили по дупки. Бера, злото търсачи не са играли, бе.
We must have made it... The question should be answered yes or no, and just...
Я дай да го прочетем това трето, какво пише на него.
Това пък.
Ой, трябва да... Надали шерфа.
И това.
Ето с тия подписи, ако разбера кой подпис на коя...
Добре, не, прелистете въпросите, е така да ги погледнем само.
Я дай на въпросник. Въпросника. Да видим въпросите.
Но тук да ги гледаме като...
Колко са петници,
Пет са.
Я ги прелистам.
Я се върна на първи.
Нека ги прелистам.
минали. Аз съм казал да се върна на първия въпрос и да почнем да ги гледаме. Първи, втори, трети, четвърти, пети и така. Я да е втория. Втория въпрос. Вълк се изива буря.
Тази бележка там с кръвта няма да доказателство.
Вие що решихте, че това е точно да се отворил доказателство?
Пробваме.
Що се прави на гледачите?
We must have made... The question should be answered yes or... We must have... The question should be answered yes or no.
Някакви идеи. Никой не му се мисли.
Пак се изключи.
Тежка работа.
Доктора.
Вера пуши.
Змей. Всички му смърти.
Я. Предишното. Да.
Защо няма такива зацени?
Този лайк в поглед ми изглежда, че да е лошо момче, но смятам, че има нужда от здрава ръка. Уф. Никакви идеи нямам аз.
Какви са тези неща, дето въобще не съм ги чувала?
Кои?
И тук, където ме карат да ги пея.
Кой какво те кара да пееш?
Еми, полицията. Днес червени домати, какво? Секс тактика на практика.
Ако не съм затворил аз, ще да има призрак. Тия въпроси прецакват чара на цялата игра. Пък трябва, аз мили път следех и...
Ма толкова седиш, то една седмица мина.
Аз в принцип съм си доста паметен. Ама... Той какво пак ли каза, че има грешка? Викам той Уотсън пак ли каза, че има грешка?
Уотсън е годняр, не го слушайте.
Вместо да дойдеш да помогнеш с малко акъл, ти казваш, че Уотсън бил годняр.
Акъл потърсиш. Не намерил къде да търси акъл.
Очакваш да го реши ли? Така в движение.
Тя горката ме помни вчера какво е яла. Няма къде да ходи.
Звъни му и на този пак, или де да го знам, може да не иска. На... Какви беше?
Докторче.
Мунчо беше там.
Зрънчо. Доктор Зрънчо.
Той сам си го реже.
Доктор
Не му е.
Доктор Зрънчо.
Стига този скайп.
Тук е, бе. Това аватар, бе, с пакучи и зъби.
We must have made the question. We must have made an error. The question. We must have made.
Какво тръгна здесь? Хора, дайте някакви идеи да ги минем тия въпроси, а бати от толкова време. Един час цикляме на тия въпроси. А?
Лук.
Спробвай още някой да мисли, бати. А?
Пушките пушкат.
Дай да почетем
Не ми разрешава да спрем.
Включим. Какво е това, къде се чува?
Моя стол.
Не, нещо друго се чува, някаква музика.
Не знам.
Някаква чалга.
Мен чалга няма да чуеш.
Милене, въпрос има към тебе в чата. В сайта. Чата.
Чата на сайт.
Да.
Оркерс.
Мазен цигански оркестър.
Дебейт. Какво му триме? Трябва ли да светя?
Точно като каза.
Като кружка.
Да четем ли от октрото? Някой ще звънне. Няма да звънне.
Виж го като няма, играта за цикли.
Полицията, той беше тук. Той той е Вера 3.
Да не стане Вера 3 с Октрополис.
Не знам. Аз съм си две.
Кой? Ам.
Няман Бански, много лека. Днеска всички са изпрощели.
Чакаме ден, тя ни е надеждата.
Охо, но той се нави.
Не се чуди.
Разчати се.
Милене, връщаш старата школа, добави Цако, се звъни.
Дали да не попея малко?
Пей за доматите.
Аз не я знам за домата.
Може и на Динко да звъниш.
Пламен не дава да пея.
Ето ти да я научиш в следващия пет.
Аз. Кой? Любов ли? Какова? Пламен ли?
Не.
Абе, виновник за какво?
Какви съседи, бе? Това ще става ли?
Милене, пробвай и Динко.
Никой нищо пак не ще да каже.
Ало,
А,
добър вечер.
айде ти си.
Чакай да видя какво правим.
Нищо не прави.
Виж, един час те
Чакай.
чака.
Айде, какво да направя? Аз малко излизам, така че
А,
малко само за цвят. Чакай да видим сега.
отговори на пете въпроса и... както
И
казвам,
викаш,
по нашия
не ви
край-
трябвам повече.
Ето
Ей,
през доста.
И после, както казваме по нашия край, връй заглава.
Тихо да не те чуят съседите.
Благодаря. Как говоря?
От Видине, момчета.
Да, казвам го, аз съм...
Оф, много ме боли тази лява ръка направо, не знам.
Аз знам.
Абе, знаеш как боли направо, такова нещо никой не ми се
А ти
случва.
колко ти се разстигаш там без мене, бе?
Ама какво да направя? Аз не се усещам, разбираш ли? Представяш за какво говорим?
Какво не
И то така
Ми
става.
не се усещам, по едно време се гледаме от един час да я разтрием тази китка, абсурдно е. Сега приятелката ми даде тук някакво такова да ме стяга там.
Аз мисля, че някаква
Ма-
дама...
Не, аз сама.
Сега ще си спретна сцена на редно.
Ох,
Така.
Сама не е хубаво да се разстигаш.
Еми,
Викай.
каквото дал Господ са. В случая сама. Не се оплаквам. Така, дайте да помагаме на Милен.
Еми айде, ние тебе един час те чакам.
Айде. Сега, аз толкова съм и гледала.
Гледала.
Да, бе, много селско. Добре, толкова съм и гледала.
Така говорят по витинско.
Аз тогава ме заболя главата от простоти и си легнах. Много ми беше дошло. Тихо са, да видим. Капитан Лауър има ли нещо общо с предприятията Бронзби? Не си изпомням. Няма такъв отговор.
Виж как когато си израдва.
Така. О, я да видим следващия въпрос. Може да кажем, че племенникът е честен човек. Те си ги спомням, като съм ги играла, ама само си ги спомням. Като имена. Това коя глава сме или там чаптер или каквото?
Втората.
И как втората? Чакай.
На път за трета.
Чакай де. Не е вярно.
Колко са общо?
Не е ли третото поне?
Това са вторите въпроси.
Как? Третите, аз две решавах. В смисъл на две съм присъства някак това да е. Третото.
Тъй ли?
Да, ти може да си спуснал първото нещо. Не, второ е. Трета е. Чакай, че
О, верно, аз нали пътувах предния път си легнах рано.
А Док тук ли или само аватара му е тук? О,
Док
много е
не е.
готин аватара, разкошен е просто. Толкова много умен.
Играта остави кучето.
Добре, извинявай. Чакай сега. Така.
Коментира ти аватари нещо.
Много ме кефи. Ей, чакай, че спрях играта от Зор. И какво правя? Направо не знам. Ако сега чуете звук от мене, защото нещо си рестартирах всичко тук.
Това от китката.
Ма аз с дясната работа, не с лявата.
И от последвалите емоции.
Не. Оф, много ме боли това и почвам да се притеснявам, защото майка ми си изкълчи глезена и от 2 месеца куца с някакво разкъсно сухожилие, сега да не съм направил нещо на ръката. Нищо не е дясната, има шанс. И Милена, аз как да ти помогна, като нямам представа?
Значи става мишка.
Все някой трябва да е гледал. Поне
И
един.
разчитахме на теб.
Вие па на най-слабия играч разчитате. Така.
Най-слабия съм аз.
Не е вярно.
Е, вярно.
Не.
Виж и Пламен каза, че е вярно.
Той вярно ли казва за това, което Милен казва, кои са правилни, кои са грешни.
Не.
Милен, дай да видим те, които се съмняват, че са грешни, защото аз нямам представа и да гледам. Ма тъпо е сега да четем, аз като чета какво от това. Бре. Някой да е гледал, следил играта, да се признае.
И предния път някой игра доста така активно.
Обаче не го няма.
Да. А той беше съсипан днеска, че Джамиро кой нямало да бъде там. Представете ли
А
си?
те заради това ли?
Какво? Не заради него сигурно, ама беше... Най-интересното беше, че не знаеха. Явно са им обявили там, че няма да дойде. Представяш ли си? Когато е абсурдно, то почнало и никой не им казал. Нещо беше ядосан, ама типично взима.
Българска работа.
Не, ти видя ли? Той не е заради нас и ми смисъл нещо, като се върна от Загреб, къде е бил предния концерт и даже беше пуснал снимка в Twitter, супер подут глезен. Ама синьо подут. И тук бил в болница в София, му казали да не пътува и заради това си отменил и тук и в Турция.
Може да седи на стол?
Нещо са им измислили. Мен втория ден повече ме кефи така линча.
Горан Брегович, като се на Таралянка, си седи на стол, и се хвати, обаче си пее.
Сега Горан Брегович надали ще пее там.
И ние като на тази ралянка ме седим под масата и въпреки това си пием и си пеем.
Пеем 3 в 1.
Си хвати напред-назад.
Вера сега ще запее и всичко ще се подреди.
Аз съм ми дал песен да учи за следващия петък.
Ще има лайф.
Иванов.
А Петко нямаше ли да играе? Не беше ли обещал тази седмица да играе? Що си мисля, че беше казал, че от друга седмица ще играе?
Обеща да присъства.
И той хубаво присъства, но беше обещал, че ще играе. Както и да е. Така. Дайте да мислиме, да я знам. Какво да мислиме?
Какво да мислиме?
Хубавото е, че е само зелено. Дай да видим кои със сигурност не са и да вложим някаква мисъл в тези, които потенциално може да са доказателства, Милена. Защото аз... Колко общо са зелените доказателства? Защото видях, че трябва 2 да бъдат.
Много са.
Да, тук 2. Колко общо са възможностите? Добре, да приемем, че първите не са, трябва да е... то може и да са, да я знам. Не, ние после почнахме да разбираме там нещо за...
Някой ми даде това.
Не, това не може да се прочете. Ужасно. И някакви завъртуки, както аз пиша, направо ужас.
Майко.
Скъпи госпожи Лавиния, простете моята дързост и приемете моите най-искрени съболезнования и почтени чувства в този ужасен момент. Това не е. Май. Чакай сега. Херингтън кой е? Ухажора ли е? Или е някакъв друг? Че аз съм забравя вече какво това.
Херингтън, той е...
Кой е
доста
Херингтън?
важна роля.
Може, ама аз малко не ви следя. Срам, не срам.
Засрами се.
Мога да ви спея, огледалото не е малко, ако искате.
Вера, не знам като пееш, дали ще успея.
Аз с Томен говоря.
Айде, Ванката ще ти подаде ритъм.
Аз съм извън всякакъв ритъм.
Нищо не, той почва с ритъм, после ще се загубим.
По-добре да ви пусна линки.
Това Милен, музикалния ни събудват. Може ти да пускаш нещо. Така, какво е тук за завещанието? Според волята на Сън Бросби, завещанието трябва да бъде написано в полза на Херб Гримбъл. Освен ако той не е почине. Какво? Освен ако той не какво? Не почине преди завещателя ми, то това е ясно. Независимо от пълнолетно госпожица не ще бъде отпусната за нечето. Какъв беше въпроса? Не мога да ми се сай за въпроси и за отговора.
Търси нещо такова.
Лаури. Ти го са. Без това само аз някаква мисъл вкарвам. Една клетчица.
Аз да отдая в кръва сега твой ред.
Да гледам колко си успешен.
Айде сега.
Нищо не искам да казвам. Просто... Айде, нали сме 4-ма, 5-ма там, с Док и аватара му.
Док се изпитал.
Сигурно говоря по телефона. Все едно, давайте. Ти какво си сложил, Милена? Парични преводи до банката на Шърман. Там какво пише на тези парични преводи? Пише, че той е прехвърлял пари или са му прехвърляли, така ли какво? Да. 8000 лири.
Дайте ги насам.
Има и повече. Не се лакоми преди да си чува всичките суми.
Аз искам всичките заедно.
Знам.
Не знам.
Банка Шърман. Айде дей, момчета, момичета.
Ехо,
И пак няма да стигнем за Феррари.
чуваме ли са?
Чуваме те, да.
Миленски, какво става?
Кой е това?
Не ли искаш да се включа?
Това е полицията.
Не, нещо грешка има.
Не.
Това ли е милиционер?
И зависи. Ако си праведен на той, ако не е под прикритие. Айде, имаме ли идеи?
Днеска не съм на смяна, спокойно.
Днеска почиваш. Не си в униформа. Айде не униформения да дава идея, ако има.
Аз не следя играта.
Типа си първия от компанията, деца не следи играта. Да ти кажа. Как по един път я следи?
Иво я следиш.
Сега Иво, ще плачеме тук за Иво. Дай да я спреме до Иво и да се върне другата седмица. Да почнем шизъм 2. Айде, че имам 10 минути и казвайте, какво се правим.
Искаш да загубиш детската аудитория, ми се струва.
Кой?
Ти с този шизъм.
Мене ме загубихте вече, сега и вие малко да страдате. Но само аз.
Ние шизъм ще го пазим, да се върнеш там от хората.
Аз ти как, че няма се върна, ако това ви е обещанието.
Ще видиш.
Ще видя. Ще изпусна самолета, ще остана там. Ще науча шведски.
Ние ще пратим бойкот при Берс правителство.
Топа, ако го видя, никой не се прибера. Моля те.
Ясно е вече следващата игра.
Ясно е следващата. Добре. Значи тая още 2 седмици я задържаме. И после пускаме следващата.
2 седмици.
Примерно. Толкова. Добре, какво пише на края на тези сметки? Там като подписи. Какво са? Какво пише? Бромсби и Шърман, сигурно. Не знам.
Това е едно и две.
Не е ли Бромсби? А какво е това относно капитан Лаури? В ляво, в момента на зеленикавите. И може да пише нещо вътре, че е част от...
Не пише ни отчето.
Ага.
Банани с пижами.
Какво си бе едно?
не 5 куба.
Аз ти казах, че само лъжа, че ще играе, че ще участва, че ще слуша. Добре, Милене, дай да ги прочета с моята велика мисъл бръснач всичките възможности от зелените, като заглавия поне. Или поне ми разкажете горе-долу смисли за вас и разкажете какво има в... Ето сега, тук кабинет, Лойд и... Какво има там?
Това беше нещо нечовешко.
Не може, вярвам. По-преспижал.
Аз как мразя...
Не. ВЦ. Трябва да какво? Ага, пак от ВЦ-то.
Сливки, пиянки.
Любомире, не се разсейвай.
Това е тая
Ако имаше някакъв начин да ви предам това, къде съм видял преди малко, вие щехте да...
Скайпа ми се промени, без да съм го искала.
Какво нещо? Светкавици? Бури?
Да, тук се излиза нещо.
Никакви бури светкавици.
Мен са ми се излиза навънка, много ме кефи какво е времето.
Сполко то ще дойде при теб, няма как.
Ти от кога ми пращаш? Аз съм с кола, не мога му плашиш. Ох. Вера, ако беше в София, щях да ми те вземе и се разходиме. А ти?
Не, смяла ти.
Щехте и друго да правите.
Ти ако беше в Шумен, щях да те качим горе на памет.
В Шумен не съм била. Не, минах тази година на връщане. Нещо от някъде.
Аз не обичам Шумен.
Не знам. Кой ще се престраши? Днеска нямаме полицай на линия, така че може някой да се жертва. Аз нямам никакви скруполи, ама Милен ще се разсърди. Не, той не е на смяна.
Няма, цивилен съм днеска, спокойно.
Цивилен виждаш ли? Изобщо да... Ние сме го чули. Той сигурно пак цъка там. Какво беше? Карта. Покер, да.
Позна.
Щом си толкова тих. За пари играеш. Добре.
Какво ще се каже?
Нищо да, нали са измислени. Какво ти пука? Сега. Аз отивам на отговорите. Пламен също е готов да каже. Айде, Пламене, казвай ти, поне да не съм аз виновна.
Сега си прехвърля топката, кой да кажеш.
Тихо са, нали не си ти? Какво се обаждаш? Доказателства Сърт Бронзби пред бездната Калидаса е първото доказателство и относно капитан Лаури в документите.
Аз как го изкомандвам?
Аз чета, не командвам. Пък Пламен пак на мен прехвърли, ме пише грешно Дени. Нямам дума. Я да видя. Милен, слуша ли ме? Значи вместо... Да. Не е парични преводи. Второто. Относно капитан Лаури, това, което вие казахте, че уж не било. Някаква статия да сте били чели. Аз как я мерна. Чакай секунда да видя, това е много важно. Да. Пламен как отговаря. Той, Дог, верно е тук, ама само пише, май нещо пак ме съм на микрофона. А кой е Вера 3, Вера 2?
Вера 2 съм аз, обаче.
Това за тебе знам. Затова кой е Вера 3, питам Вера 2. Милена, отвори първото. Първи въпрос ми чети какво сме писали. Хърман Гримбъл ли притежава единствено ключа за театъра в Фейерфакс? Отговор? Да. Какви сте доказателствата?
Никакви.
Диалогът пред фабриката Бромсби, нали така? Добре, втория го дихме. Можем ли да кажем, че Уайт Колинс, племенникът, е честен и почтен човек? Отговорът е не. Добре, доказателство, диалогът с Мери, документите и речта пред публика. Добре. Слушай ме сега, не говори с мене. Диалогът с Мери, документите. И второто е речта за пред публика. Неми шанс. А Пламен хем ви каза, каже хем накрая го пейства там.
Той само пише буркия. Слушай, пише.
Добре, бе. Тогава не пиши бе, защото аз говоря бе.
Той е в разговора, но и той пише.
Нищо, всичките са в разговори пишат. Четвърти въпрос, като стигнеш ми кажи.
Кой издава?
Значи, пак казвам речта за пред публиката.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Горда съм с вас и с Любо, който се е старал. Ето, ти си знаел кое, виждаш ли? По-добри сме от очакваното.
Никакви звуци, някакви кашля, кифа.
And I won't even mention those unfortunate men we encountered purely through bad luck.
Как да си сменя ника?
You say bad luck,
Не знам
Watson?
аз.
I think not. Lestrade will have something to say about this point when he arrives. Our dear Mrs. Hudson, she must surely have risen in the middle of
Видяхте
the
ли коя игра
night.
ще я пускат записи?
Не.
I presume that you
Планоир.
Good.
Се
Here am I.
Ясно.
Там много яко.
My dear Lestrade. Calm
Я ме покажи коя, защото така нищо не говоря.
Аз нямам
Може
да
да говоря, ама да спра на интерес, че ще ми говори.
Аз нямам молитви.
They're leaving their work sites, marching in the streets, and even now breaking everything they see.
Good God!
My superiors inform me that in 3 days' time, Bromsby's larger suppliers threaten to stop all deliveries if a solution isn't found.
Това ли е последната глава или има още?
Even more depends on the resolution of this case. And I must admit I'm at a
Това е
complete loss.
последната. Ден
My superiors
4.
are harassing me hourly.
О, има
Every day
пъзъл
brings
за
something
време.
you find to bedevil me. Like a
Въпросник,
corpse in the
а не има
night or
ден
some other
5.
mystery that confuses this case even more. And with all of
Въпросник,
this, you want me
внимание,
to
не
calm
четете
myself?
по-надолу.
Watson, would you be so kind as to pour a cup of tea for Inspector Lestrade? You see, Lestrade, the dimensions of this case are merely a reflection of the larger faults of our fragile and complicated society. London can be viewed as a game of 4 million dominoes, which are
това е
placed one
тревожно.
after another, just so. Should
Да,
some
гледам.
event cause one domino to fall, then another
За сега
domino
има
to
само за конзоли, аз даже мисля, че няма да я пускат, ама гледам днеска. Имаше новини, че есента ще
И толкова бързо играеш
There's only
игри,
one
че...
alternative. You must remove the domino, and this reaction shall cease. I agree that the sudden spectacle of all of these falling dominoes is most disconcerting. This may lead one to make the reckless decision to remove any domino and to try and stop the tide of these events. But it is critical that we concentrate our efforts and reason on only one question. Which domino shall we take away? Or rather, which one are we obliged to take away due to its critical position in the chain of dominoes?
I know, Holmes. My superiors demand a guilty party and they will have him. No later than the day after tomorrow. It matters little that I doubt his guilt. We discovered certain documents that offer proof that Grimble misappropriated funds for a personal enterprise while he was an associate in India. Sir Bromsby had discovered these improprieties, which gives Grimble an excellent motive to seek Sir Bromsby's death.
Тук вече толкова общи чатове има, че не мога да разбера кой е общ, кой не е, кой къде липсва и кой къде е добавен.
My choice is now ruled solely by a number of important presumptions and will have two immediate consequences. One of these individuals will obtain ownership rights in the Bromsby Company, and the other will have the executioner's rope. By the way, Holmes, we've identified one of your attackers. If you need me, I'll be at Sherrington Hall tonight.
You have not shaken him, Holmes.
Such was my intent. In such complications have their uses.
А той е прякор как ни го лепна. Просто
I'm going to
нямам
get
дума.
dressed while you study Lestrade's findings.
Ужас.
I must read the documents Holmes gave me.
Вера 4, Вера 3, тя стана 1.
Devil, this mystery darkens.
This investigation provides us with a new corpse every day. Come, Watson, you can read that later.
Те Вера 3, Вера 4.
It looks like we are in the midst
Различни
of
ли
the
са?
Bromsby workers' demonstration.
Никой не знае.
Я
Here we
да
are,
прочетем
Watson,
документ.
29 Strokes Alley.
Казвам за убийство.
By Jove, if it isn't Sherlock Holmes.
Hello, Appleby. You're always nearby when there's a whiff of gunpowder in the air, aren't you?
Of course, Mr. Holmes. But what are you doing here? Aren't you working with Inspector Lestrade on the Bromsby investigation?
Appleby, I have every reason to believe that the murder of Hunter directly
Вера
relates
3
to that
момче.
very case. May I ask you to tell
Защото
me
пише
what
бих
you
се
know,
пуснал.
and then give me leave
Мъжки
to
род.
examine the scene?
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
Интересно, че взима женско име, ама...
Last night between 9 and 9:15, a
Симпатията му не е
fellow came for
скрита.
me. I was at the pub, which lies a bit further down the lane. He told me that there was the sound of a shot from this bungalow. When we
Аз не
got
мога
here,
да
the
си
door was
спомня,
locked.
не знам защо.
After the landlady got a key,
Абе, аз
I
не мога
opened
го
the door.
спомена. А ти за
There
там
I
ли
saw the
питаш или
dead
за
man
скайпа питаш за
lying on the
Ник?
floor.
Е,
And
за
here we
скайпа
are.
бе.
What did you do next?
Аха.
Well, Inspector
Мина,
Gregson
моли
is
в
in
чето,
charge
бе,
of the
човек.
case. He's due to
Логин.
arrive today to start the official investigation. At
Тихо
least
сега,
they've removed the
да,
body.
сега съм загряла, нека...
Do you have any further
Бързо
details
я
about his
разказа.
death?
He was killed by a bullet right through his heart. There was just one shot. At first glance, it appears to have been a small caliber
Той
weapon.
Пейн сега ще му види.
His landlady told me that he was a common fellow with nothing to remark about, no friends to speak of, not even a lady friend.
A
Това си
lonely
го
soul.
спомням.
He has been staying here for 2
Аре, качваме
years.
се горе.
The landlady told me he spent
Слон.
most of his time with
Ти ли
this
си
flower
колила, бе,
garden.
слон?
Indeed, I can't
Колко
believe
е
that somebody could
красиво,
murder a man
Лилаво.
because of his
Си слон.
hydrangeas.
Сладко е, че си слон.
Who
Не
has
си
been
бе.
inside?
Only myself and my assistant to help
Обичам
with the
Лилаво.
removal of the body. The landlady made her identification of the man after he was removed.
Ето,
and then
видяхте
left
ли,
for
като й казах
assistance.
как се сменя, веднага си го смени.
Have you found anything in the room that points to the murderer?
For the moment, no. When I entered the first time, the window facing the street was open.
Нали?
I closed it and secured the
Тук
shutters as
съм
well.
мъдра.
It is possible to expect
Оле,
anything with
вижте,
those
кое ви
demonstrators
бата.
in the streets. Does this advance the investigation of the Bromsby case?
If you could wait for me here, Watson, could you open the room for me now, Appleby?
Айде, Милене, нагоре, Милене. Към
Вече
стая.
ще да си разластвам.
It's a trace of human blood.
Не сега ще има много полиция на пътя.
Ама защо нямам аз?
Значи кръвта долу, бла, бла. Скаш много малко
Strange
неща.
stitches.
Верайте да се кръстиме B1 и B2.
This is brand new.
Банани с пижами ли бяха?
Примерно. Да. Ма искам да съм едно.
This is...
По-ме
Може да си едно, защото аз съм родена на първи.
Аз мразя числото 2. А няма смисъл ти си банан 1, аз да съм банан 6.
3.
Аз говорим за сливки, не за банани.
Ние си имаме един сливчо.
Сливка с... Ма защо пък точно Б?
Защото нали от банани с пижами. Ако искате друго.
Ето сливки с пижами.
Завзали с пижами.
О, Господи.
Стига толкова... Стамен.
I need something. I need something. This footstep is incomplete. It is larger than a size 8, but smaller than a 12. Someone used this window to leave.
Ако се включиш е много готино.
На мен ми няма кирилицата. Съм много нискън.
Той хубаво обещава, ама да видим дали ще реализира.
Ако стане, стане.
Сега е момента си приготвите въпроса и да разпредаваме.
Thank you, Appleby. I have learned nothing conclusive. Tell me, Watson, would you mind stirring the
Простотията, направо нямам думи. Много смешно.
Все мъдростта, тук се може.
Те неговите са...
Защо постоянно ми би като този скайп?
Nothing of any interest here. Some of these flowers are not from England.
Стига да е, и като че ли златен вид се казва. Само му давате сили да продължи.
Той чува ли в момента?
Чува. Чува ли не чува?
What a curious small flower. Several bills for the sum of £21. Watson, each secret item was pawned under this ticket with all due haste. Could you take care of it? We shall meet this evening at Sherringford Hall.
All right, Holmes.
Let us return to Baker Street. We must learn the identity of the dead man discovered in the cement factory. Let's examine his belongings.
Нищо няма. Какви игри сме виждали?
Нищо присвятка тук.
Това е за да ни впечатли. То само тебе те впечатлява.
То вие като се занимавате с чатове тук.
Ние. Ти, щото не.
Аз не сте направя в момента.
Точно, не играеш.
Как да не играя? Да гледам играта след дича.
Айде, аз сега като излезе и след 1-2 часа като се върна да сте свършили.
Шизъм ще го пазя, като се върнеш там от хората.
Мен шизъм не ме плаши.
Ето, чуваш ли даже глупата на същото мнение, виж как гърми отвън.
Шизъм 2 ли?
Как яко гърми. Да, шизъм 2, едно изиграхме.
Но двойката не е по-трудно, единствено също е много...
Не, просто говори ни, то трудността да беше само. Така скукат.
Но двойката е много по-яка според мен.
Който му се експериментира.
Обаче пак има някакви... Даже имаше най-висша математика в двойката на един пъзел.
Да, това всички ни плащат, че последния било така.
Много гаден, да.
Richmond's Abbey. I believe it was built in the
Обаче е
15th
доста
century.
по-интересно.
House order of Anglican monks. It should surely be there. Let's visit this place, but in disguise. Let's see if this place is located on the map. Let's visit this place, but in disguise.
Да.
На какво ти кикотите?
Така сте ви жаби.
Let's visit this place.
Аз какво изпускам?
Толкова подискава, разбира. Добре, хора, аз ще ставам сега и после ако се тук ще ви видя. На слух.
Няма да не видиш, ще ни чуваш.
Добре, може па и да ви чуя. Какво казваме, Леве? Да, звънете. Аз може и да не вижда толкова много, зависи от полицията. Айде, Вера, тук ли ще си?
Мисля.
Добре. Айде
Ако не ми разрешат да може да си отиде.
Айде, тук. Всичките ви искам тук и да гледате порно с коне и да ми разказвате. Или с жаби, или с... Добре, днес не, без коли. Признавам, каквото искате.
Жаби.
And I'm certain that you may be of help.
Assassin's Inspector,
Well, I am looking for my brother. Not a brother like yourself, but rather my brother by
Айде тогава,
birth.
лека вечер от
He
мен
might
и
have
чуваш
joined
от
the order,
мен.
but I think it's unlikely. You see, he has not always chosen the right path in life. I recently learned that he had had some troubles, and I have been frantic to find him. One of his acquaintances told me that my brother had spoken of Richmond's Abbey. My brother's name is James Little. Perhaps you know of him? If I ask you some questions, would it trouble you? It would at the least help me to learn whether he is here. He is unaware, but recently we received a small inheritance. I think if he were told of this, it would ease his mind and help him put these troubles behind him. This forest is most impressive.
It is very large. If someone were to hide in there, it would be most difficult to find them.
The Abbey produces a fine liquor, doesn't it?
Yes, we distill a liquor that contains medicinal herbs. It does allow us a small income, but it also can attract certain rascals. That's why we are mindful of inquisitive strangers.
Have there been any burglaries?
Oh, we do get the occasional tramp. They sometimes seek shelter in the old ruins that lie in the midst of the forest. They have been known to trespass into our sacred cloister, seeking some sustenance. At least, that is always their tale upon discovery. But it is only the liquor that goes missing.
Do you know the way to these ruins?
Many paths lead there. If you are prepared for a walk, you may take the path that lies 30 meters in that direction.
Thank you very much, brother. I would not at all be surprised if my brother is discovered to be the architect of your recent thefts, as he may well be hiding within the forest ruins. Sadly, for some time now, he has suffered from an addiction to strong drink. Please allow me to indemnify these losses on my brother's behalf. I am afraid it will have to come from his share of the inheritance. Goodbye.
Good luck, my brother.
Not very engaging.
Ама към парка.
It must be an indication, but why? It must be an indication, but why? It must be an indication, but why? It must be. I am being watched. Take heed. I can go no further. What can it be? I can go no further. Is it near there? I can go no further. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. A bottle of liqueur. A bottle of a bottle of a bottle of liqueur from a bottle of liqueur from the Richmond.
Чатовете вече са заградени.
I smell smoke.
Отпуска.
Не съм разписвала нищо.
Quick, some water to douse this fire, else we lose precious evidence. A bottle of...
Тук има нещо. Има по време почна да тече.
Си их направили, да?
Направим.
I can go no further. Quickly, I must find some... I can go no further.
Сега какво това ще гръмне, какво ще стане?
Quickly, I must find some water. I can go no further.
Пламен вика да кажем на Езеро.
I can go no further.
Край работа.
I can go no further. I can get... And now, quickly. My word, I can't see anything. I must light the lamp. I can't see a thing. Ah, now I see better. I need something. I need... This is ink. It is not English, and it fell on the floor maybe 2-3 days ago. Someone has slept here. Someone has slept here. All these papers were gathered and burned. I need to find evidence somewhere else. Someone has slept here. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. I need something. Ah, I was positive. It moves. Very interesting. These letters are faded and illegible. This ink is not made in England. These letters are faded and illegible. These letters... Someone knelt here often. How curious. Someone knelt here often. How curious. Someone... I need some... Footsteps, size 10. I should leave this forest and join Watson and Sherringford Hall.
Тук са как. Ивер. Ама нищо.
Let us return to Sherringford Hall.
Oh, Dr. Watson, beg pardon for imposing on you, but I must get a message to Inspector Lestrade, and he is just inside, and I am sure that he would be most eager to assist you. No, it would be better if he would hear this from you rather than myself. The present situation requires me to be elsewhere. Please be good enough to tell Inspector Lestrade that I renounce any rights to the succession. Also, I will not be at my offices. I would not wish him to waste time looking for me there. Goodbye, and I thank you for your kind assistance, Dr. Watson.
I was upstairs and I could have sworn I just saw that blasted scoundrel Grimble through the window.
Yes, you are right. But you have no chance of catching him now. He has run away as if the very devil himself were after him.
It is not the devil that's after him, but myself. He would fare better if it were the devil on his trail.
He gave me a message for you, Lestrade. He said he renounces any rights to the succession.
What do you say? This is astonishing news. This will not prevent me from finding him. I want to know how it so happens that a dead man is found in a building to which only Grimble is known to possess the keys. By the way, where is our great detective? Oh, here he comes now.
Hello, gentlemen. What were you discussing?
Grimble has renounced all possible rights to the succession of Bromsby Enterprises.
But that does nothing to alter the fact that he is the ideal guilty party. Sir Bromsby had very important news that he intended to announce on the day of his death. What if this surprise news was the ouster of Grimble and Bromsby's intent to name his own daughter to succeed him? Do you think something otherwise, Holmes?
No, it is nothing. May I ask you a question, Lestrade? Would it be possible to keep this new information about Grimble from Miss Bromsby but for a few days?
It's a deuced odd request, but I presume that you must have your reasons. I will do my best to keep this information private till the day after tomorrow.
Thank you, Lestrade. By the way, I would like to speak with Miss Bromsby. Where can I find her?
I do believe she's with her faithful knight in her sitting room. This gentleman never, so to speak, leaves her side. If this story spares them any further pain, no doubt they will soon be renowned as the most beautiful couple in London. I am trying not to think about it, but my heart feels heavy that I may have been an instrument of their sorrow.
By the way, my brother Mycroft has answered one of my letters, and his information seems to be most interesting. You can look at it if you would like. I have had a copy made for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. James has just been showing me the photographs from his hunts.
Oh, but I wasn't the only hunter.
My respects, Miss Bromsby. Hello, Lieutenant. If I could have a look. I must say, this is quite a handsome specimen, but it is surprising how light it appears.
That bull weighed near 1,000 stones.
Oh, beg pardon. I was referring to a portfolio.
That is but another souvenir of my travels to Africa.
I came here specifically to inform you that everything goes well with the case, Miss Bromsby. But I need to ask you a question of a more personal nature. If the Lieutenant would be so gallant as to give us a moment of privacy.
Your servant, Mr. Holmes. I will retire to the smoking room.
I should reveal one of my hints. I should reveal one of my hints. I should reveal one of my hints. I should reveal... I should reveal one of my... Does this photograph belong to you?
Yes, it's mine. This is the photo of an actress who was with their touring London company. They gave a performance at the town near my boarding school in Switzerland. This is Miss Davenport. She was kind enough to meet with us in her dressing room after the show.
And how would you describe this actress?
Oh, she was fascinating, on the stage and in life as well. She personally inscribed this likeness for me. You see, they were available for purchase during the intermission. She was so very beautiful.
Pray, continue.
When I met with her, she showed me this beautiful earring that she wore. It was in the shape of a wave with foam, made entirely of sparkling stones. It's strange, but I have never talked about this with anyone till now. I do hope I see her again someday.
Perhaps. Now, listen to me, my dear child. I must ask you to speak to no one about our conversation. Not under any circumstances. The discovery of the truth rests on your silence. I've got to go now.
I understand.
This lieutenant seems a very commendable person. Miss Lavinia is fortunate to have him near. Lestrade was saying that he has found more evidence of Grimble's trail. The corpse we found at the cement factory may well have been an accomplice and the true murderer of Sir Bromsby. Grimble could have easily obtained an invitation for him to the reception. Then, some time after the deed was done, Grimble eliminated his accomplice to prevent his speaking. Or perhaps not. Whatever are you musing about, Holmes? Holmes?
What is it, Watson?
Blast it, Holmes! You haven't heard a word that I have said.
It is of no consequence. Tell me, have you had the opportunity to redeem the item with the receipt we found at Hunter's?
Oh, yes. It was a simple matter. In order to get the best price, Hunter agreed to redeem the item within 2 days' time. Look, these appear to be real diamonds.
It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings. The questions should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
После пък края ли? Следващия. А третия. Я върни на просто. Сигурно е това лейтенант Харин. Еми тук пише за него. Я да видя тази втората страница, дето е написано. Не, вероятно е това. Писмо за Харингтон.
We must have made... The question should be...
Сигурно е това. Те две ли? Едно? Тук настава ли въпрос за един и същи шрифт, с който да е написан черно?
We must have made it... The question should be...
Еми, ако не, това сигурно ще да е това сън нещо си. Ако не е това, я дай и надолу. Върни се едно нагоре. Една страничка нагоре. Вера.
Да.
Дай я къл.
Нямам такъв. Аз изобщо не я следя тази игра в началото.
Не, това е там Юнг Джей, дето. Я да го видя третия. Я да видя това последно писмо. Пропуск. То боя да го... Я го писам да го прочита. Цяло. Е била клизно. Заможен собственик на кораби, Каут Джей или Фоси. Неговите авуари. Мисля, че е за... Сега да прочетем ще видим... Сигурен съм, че тук ще стане толкова дълго, има някакъв отговор в мен. Явно. Писмото е това, дето отчетох. Пропуск на... Е тук да видя. Е тук, накрая дето пише. Следната страница. Не, на последната му страница, дето е там с подпис. Ето. Той искал да бъде кремиран. Явно има страничка нагоре. И още една нагоре. И още една.
Не. Много внимателно следя. Ама че няма да говоря повече.
Ето му отговора, май така. През следващите няколко седмици строежът за
Това е верният отговор.
еди какво се забавя в началото на втория месец.
Верният отговор.
Офицери еди какво си поискали да запазят поста си на надзиратели, въпреки трудностите свързани с това изпълнение.
Ви кажа ли кой е верният отговор?
Това вече не знам, обаче това е доказателство. Ще пробваме с да сме, ще видим какво ще става.
Не бе.
Само това, че намерихме доказателство. Дали е да, дали е
The question should be answered yes or no. We must have... The question should be answered yes or no, and just...
Как така не става? Значи нека е друго да имаме грешка.
Да не, отговор е Калидоса или Калидоса или не знам си какво. Пламен Кънев каза да кажа, че верният отговор е Калидоса. Или както се казва.
Въпрос 4. Може ли почерка на съобщението на наклоните да е същия почерка като беше документ? Това ще бъде... Я да видя това братство на Ричмонд. Да.
Егото ръко.
Он казва, че на този въпрос отговор скрив подпис. Я последната страница на това писмо от алкохолика, да видим какъв толкова.
Не видях нещо.
Тук няма подпис.
Да ви да заучи играта. Ей, коти!
А на питанцата има ли някакъв подпис?
Али не?
Чакай да си рефрешна това страница, че при нас много забавено се движи.
Какво? И помагам. И Пламен ги знае тия неща, е? Какъв подпис има там?
Ами това търсиме нещо с двърнах и подпис.
И казва само това да ви кажа.
Това не е тук, това трет. Я е това трето и това трет въз да ги видя.
Нямам.
Сигурно е това. Я ги пробвай тия двете, трето и ВС, дали.
We must have made an error, Watson. The question should be answered.
Я сложи другото над него. Третото над трет ВС.
We must have made an error, Watson.
Не.
The question should be answered.
Трябва да почнем с писмото. Не с писмото, това съм го минал. Писмото къде?
Ами кажи какво е?
We must. The question should be answered.
Пламен да каже какво е. Да не се мъчи.
Я ги служи тия трето и ВС, дето с подпис ВЦ накрая. ВС ли там? Да, двете бележчици. Това трето и... точно.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Hello, Watson.
Good morning, Lestrade. You are an early riser.
Good morning, Lestrade. You look really tired. You must have had a lengthy meeting with the minister.
But hold on. How on earth could you know that, Holmes?
I can read you like an open book. I jest with you, gentlemen.
It's not the proper time for jesting, Holmes. But upon my word, how did you find out about the minister? I was assured that only 3 or 4 persons at most had knowledge of this meeting.
Oh, I would rather withhold my explanation.
So you must be aware of the subject of the meeting.
Indeed, but Dr. Watson knows nothing of these events.
Well, our incorruptible yet ever practical minister shared the thoughts of the Chancellor of the Exchequer with me. They've decided that it would be most imprudent, given the crisis we're under, for a young lady, barely 18 years of age, to take control over one of the country's 3 biggest building enterprises.
I begin to understand, but...
According to the minister, despite his bad habits due to the lack of consideration for his partner, Grimble is the only individual that the council has faith in to reverse the current state of the Bromsby holdings. It was further explained to me that if there is a choice to make in the direction of my investigation, and lacking any new evidence to the contrary, I must take these concerns into account.
This is outrageous.
And you, Lestrade, what are your personal thoughts on the matter?
I really can't say, Holmes. The prospect offered by Grimble seems so attractive. He had credible motive to murder Bromsby and then foul it. In addition, he was the only individual with apparent access to the shed at the cement factory where we discovered the corpse of his presumed accomplice. However, the only gadfly to this theory is his statement to Dr. Watson when he clearly renounced all rights of succession.
That is an item of singular curiosity.
It is difficult for me to believe that a man who could plan and execute 2 or 3 murders with such cool presence of mind would give up an opportunity of this magnitude so easily. I also have spent sufficient time at Sherringford Hall to have a high opinion of Lieutenant Harrington.
I agree with you. This young man, by all accounts, has an unimpeachable character.
I have no evidence to cast doubt on the truthfulness of his testimony. We reconstructed the crime, and it was evident from where he stood he could easily see Miss Bromsby despite the crowd. Really, Holmes, I'm not a man who would hand over an innocent girl to the executioner, even should it cost me my career.
I am pleased to hear you say this, Lestrade. By the way, Lestrade, have you any knowledge of the place known as Aston's Theatre?
Is it that shabby theatre that lies near the bank of the Thames?
Yes, several weeks ago it was acquired by the Fairfax Theatre Company. Their international tour appears to have been most successful, as they are set to open their new play in a week. Dwight Richards happens to be their director.
You mean the author of the threatening letter that we found on Bromsby's desk? I must admit, I thought the letter to be of small consequence. After all, it involved a matter from so long ago.
Sometimes old wounds are the most painful. In fact, we are leaving for Aston's right now. I know that you're quite busy, but if you feel like joining us, meet us at noon. This might be interesting.
Хитничество и разворот.
Aston's Theatre. Here we are.
We are not open to the public yet, gentlemen. Oh, bless my soul. I can hardly believe my eyes. It is the young Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Watson, allow me to present Philotomy Kirby, who in his day was one of the last great hopes of the popular stage. He also took great pains to advance my comprehension of the many subtleties of the theatrical arts.
So he can still prattle away. Don't listen to him. This is the most talented student I've ever met, upon my word, as an actor. But those days are past. So, am I speaking to the former actor or the world-renowned detective today?
Tell me, what you know about the Fairfax Theatre Troupe?
2 months ago, they returned from an international tour. Richards, their director, had managed to secure the necessary funds to buy back Aston's. It seems he had finally resolved his troubles.
He was in some kind of trouble.
Oh, it's always the same with those tours abroad. Your star actress marries an emir. Another time the entire troupe has their luggage stolen. Anything is possible, and whatever occurs is usually nothing good. But who would have imagined such a tragedy?
What tragedy?
Their last tour started about 3 years ago. At that time, the troupe was housed at the Fairfax Theatre. But a series of failures forced the owners to sell it at a substantial loss. The owners were 3 individuals: White Richards, their current director, Miss Davenport, their star actress and the mistress of Richards, and lastly, a young actor, costumier, make-up man called Jeffries. They decided, after the sale, to launch an international tour in order to raise funds.
Their success was assured?
Yes, the fame of English theatre is worldwide. During their travels, Jeffries and Miss Davenport developed a close relationship, which was much to the regret of the hot-headed Richards. He is a gypsy by birth. No one can be more possessive and quick-tempered than a gypsy.
Pray continue.
In short, a dark tragedy occurred in a village in Latin America, located not far from the Amazon. One evening, after their performance, someone noticed that Miss Davenport and Jeffries had gone missing. The local authorities were notified, and the alarm was raised.
And Richards?
Richards was implicated in some manner, it seems to me. However, there was no proof of his involvement, and no bodies were ever found.
What a strange case.
If you need more details, you should ask the actors. As you may observe, they are rarely able to hold their tongues.
I will see you later, Kirby.
Yes, it was good seeing you again.
Конференция назад. Дай на дота где-то. Что-то может.
Hello, young man. What are you looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry. You startled me. I'm looking at her. Are you from the press? Of course you are. You must be here to interview her. The play is wonderful, and Miss Caroline will surely shine. If only my father could have seen this day.
Your father?
Huh?
Yes. I am Bruce Aston, and my father was Clyde Aston, the former owner of the theatre. It may have fallen into some disrepair, but during its time it was well loved by so many. A host of young actors debuted on that venerated stage. Why, it was at this very spot where Mr. Richards first met Miss Davenport.
Have you ever heard of the Fairfax Theatre?
It is the theatre which was demolished. It seems to me that it had been owned by Mr. Richards, together with Miss Davenport and a friend of theirs. They left on an extended tour, but I think it went badly for them. After his return, Mr. Richards bought the theatre back from the bank, and I do hope his good fortune will continue.
Well, we can hope.
With the talented Miss Caroline, I think anything is possible, and the building is still solid and comfortable. Though the bank took over the theatre, they left the keys. From time to time, I would do what I could to tidy up a bit or see to a broken window.
Are you a part of the troupe?
Yes. When Mr. Richards noticed how I had worked to keep the place up, he hired me. I helped Mr. Kirby a little, and also Mr. Trumpet backstage.
Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye, sir.
Excuse me. May I ask you some questions?
Naturally. I'm listening to you.
You are rehearsing at the moment, aren't you?
Yes, we are in rehearsal for the play we are to perform at the month end. Are you critics or reporters? As you know, we just came back from an extended tour. We were a triumph everywhere we performed.
Tell us about this international tour.
We performed in France, in Switzerland, and even for an Arab prince. We were met with acclaim at every stop. If tragedy had not occurred, we were to appear next in New York. But fate had other plans for us.
What sort of tragedy?
Oh, surely you must have heard about it. All because of those in our company who assumed the right to reveal every distasteful and intimate detail of a most tragic event. Anything to gain publicity for themselves. It is positively scandalous. But even a professional actor such as myself respects the privileges of the press and the public's right to know.
Your sensitivity honours you.
Please, continue your story.
The events took place in a most sordid place in Brazil named Guacamole or Babiamo or something like that. I still can't stop asking myself what we were doing there in the first place. But to be brief, our talented costumier, Mr. Jeffries, had been having a tete-a-tete with the beautiful Miss Davenport. Unfortunately, she was still very much the mistress of our director, Mr. Richards. I tell you, the tension was unbearable.
Really?
In the view of a professional, they were the worst hours of my life. Miss Davenport was spending the whole day closeted in her room. Mr. Jeffries trembled so uncontrollably that he was unable to do our makeup. Mr. Richards stepped in, and I must say, he was a pitiful substitute. May you never be so ill-fortuned as to have your face in his large, hairy hands.
And then?
Our first performance in that town was naturally well received. That very night, a tragedy took place. Mr. Jeffries and Miss Davenport went missing not long after the performance ended. It was impossible to find them. Then we heard that Mr. Richards was arrested on suspicion of murder regarding Miss Davenport and Mr. Jeffries. We were outraged and most indignant. Some entertained thoughts that we would never leave that godforsaken place.
How was the matter resolved?
Fortunately for Mr. Richards and all of us, the prison warden and the local chief of police was an Englishman. Lacking direct evidence or even a corpse, the accusations against Mr. Richards could not stand. He was set free on the spot. I think that had it not been for the intervention of that young expatriate, we might have been stranded in that Amazonian swamp for all eternity.
Well, thank you for your assistance.
That's all right. Don't hesitate to seek my help.
Don't listen to that milquetoast. He gets positively weak in the knees over redheads. A policeman is just a policeman. That's it. If Richards isn't in jail, it's only because he had nothing to do there.
We were talking about the tragedy which occurred during your previous tour, and...
You aren't the press, are you? No. In my opinion, you seem more like policemen. Well, listen closely, inspectors. Miss Davenport was nothing more than an aging woman who adored seeing all the men at her feet.
What? Don't you mean...
She toyed with both Richards and Jeffries like two little puppets. Dwight Richards is quick-tempered, but he wouldn't harm a hair on her head. And if you are eager to be so helpful, please, buy my red-haired wig.
We must continue our investigation.
Of course.
I can't enter like that. Hello, miss. I'm sorry for disturbing you.
Oh, you are welcome.
Are you rehearsing the new play?
Yes, we are hard at work. Excuse me, did I just hear Mr. Kirby calling you Holmes? Is it really possible that you were the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, and you were Dr. Watson?
I'm investigating the facts of the terrible events that occurred during the company's last tour.
Oh, I see. You were interested in that case. It's still a complete mystery, even for those who were there.
Tell us about Miss Davenport.
She was fabulous and positively mesmerised men. She confessed to me that she had been indiscreet with our costumier, Jeffries. She had left Richards before, but she always came back to him. She said he understood her completely without her even saying a word.
Until that last time.
Forgive an admiring expert, but your earring is absolutely magnificent.
Oh, that was a gift from Veronica. She got it along with 2 other matching earrings and a small jewel case. She gave me this one, another to Doris, and kept the most beautiful for herself. Veronica insisted on cleansing it herself weekly with a special cleanser. It was remarkable and kept the earring all sparkling like stars. When I saw her last, Veronica was wearing her earring. She never parted with it.
Where can we find Doris?
She must be in her dressing room.
Goodbye, miss, and thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Holmes.
Така. Борим алергия.
Алергия. Ау.
Working people not allow actors their peace and quiet. They walk through here as if it were a common thoroughfare. Nothing strange about that. They still haven't bothered to change the locks. Anyone can enter at will and abuse me. Me, in the 50s, I was rather good actually. Did you see me? With the best. Me.
No,
and they just treat me. And, oh.
Are you rehearsing?
Everyone has his own technique. Cheers.
Miss Small told you about your earring. Would you mind showing it to us?
It can't be sold. Do you think that actors have no heart? I would prefer dying of thirst than parting with it. My friend, my best friend Veronica, who I love like my own daughter, she gave it to me. My little Veronica. She... Veronica...
Do you know what has happened to your friend?
Left. She left that Jeffries. Oh, I know what they say. That Richards murdered them both. Why not? He did everything for them. Everything! She was naught but a common flower girl. And that Jeffries was a mere servant. He made them actors. Yes, actors. Yes.
Oh, we'd better leave you to your work. I mean, rehearse.
Out! I need to concentrate.
What chaos! Through the flying dragons of the Virgin Islands, the land of gargantuan man-eating crabs, love in the heart of the Black Desert. This author seems to be particularly inept. These items are poorly made. Observe the antique armour as mere painted relief. These items are poorly made. Observe the antique armour as...
Нещо сте забравили.
Като, например?
Through the flying dragons of the
A set of costumes. There are 30 listed.
Нещо сте забравили.
Аз предполагам, че трябва да изтарашим за нещо.
Who is it? Mr. Richards, my name is Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah.
You may put away your knife. Rest assured, I am indeed Sherlock Holmes. Thank you for receiving us, Mr. Richards. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I will answer your questions, Mr. Holmes, only because I have heard about you.
Do you know an Asian named Wang Jie?
What would he be doing there? Well, in the days of the Fairfax Theatre, I once employed a Chinese fellow who went by that name. However, I was forced to dismiss him because he was a great deal of trouble, and I've never seen him since that time.
Would you tell me about Sir Bromsby?
I will not lie to you, I hated Bromsby. He is the cause of all my troubles, I swear. I have often dreamed of killing Bromsby with my own two hands, but I didn't kill him.
You retain several keys from the Fairfax Theatre, don't you?
Well, I don't understand the purpose of your questions, but yes, there were indeed two keys for the Fairfax Theatre main door. When the bank took possession, we gave only one of them to Bromsby's assistant. When asked, we lied and said there was only one key.
But why?
Well, we kept the other one out of spite. We had thoughts of returning in the night and wreaking havoc, but we had no opportunity, as we left for abroad after the transfer to go on our tour. I suppose the key may have been lost somewhere along our travels.
About the disappearance of Miss Davenport.
I don't know why you want to talk about it. Does some vile curiosity cause you to torment me in this way?
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
I should reveal one of my
Foi
hints.
da música.
I should reveal.
Oh, this can't be possible. How did you come by this? Dear God, if only someone like yourself had been present that evening.
Please tell us what's happened.
That night, after the performance, I left to stroll alone along the riverbank. The next morning, I had barely returned when I was seized by two local policemen and led to a prison cell for interrogation.
Why?
When I got there, an Englishman, the local chief of police, told me that a deserted boat had been discovered along the opposite bank of the river. Inside the boat, I found a star covered with blood. It belonged to Veronica, who had vanished, along with my other partner, Jeffries.
And then what happened?
No one could prove my innocence, but they also found no proof of my complicity in these events, nor had they found any bodies.
Tell us a little more about your partners.
I had met Jeffries while on tour. He was just a young tramp drunkard. Whatever my feelings were then, I feel no pity for him now. He betrayed me. But it wasn't the same with Veronica. I fear the pain caused by these events will forever haunt me.
Thank you, Mr. Richards.
It is nothing, Mr. Holmes.
This man is a wonderful actor.
Maybe, Watson. Maybe. Let us see whether we can find other evidence.
Там в коридора вдясно има ли пътя? Явно ще е тук.
But I count only 29.
Там в дрехите със сигурност има
Yes,
нещо.
the artillery officer uniform is missing.
Чакай.
We are in the backstage area.
Трябваше просто да претарашиш. Тая там актрица става.
May I ask you a few questions?
It all depends on what you're asking.
What are you doing?
My job, my lord. I'm making this jumble look a bit neater.
Could you tell me what happened in Brazil?
Yes, my lord, I was there when it happened. But Mr. Richards takes it very personally when we chat about those times, and I won't risk my position without some consideration, if you get my meaning.
Here's 5 guineas. How's that?
Oh, my lord, you're too kind. I don't really know much of what happened. You see, I was alone at a tavern that night. I was, as one could say, very fond of the local alcohol. When I returned to our lodgings, I learned that the actress and the costumier had taken to their heels.
And what did you do then?
I made my way to the inn with all haste to learn what they'd taken in their sudden departure. You must understand my position. I was solely responsible for the security of the luggage and troop properties. Can you then imagine my surprise when I saw that nothing was missing? Absolutely nothing. They hadn't even taken their personal items. I can understand that of a man like Jeffries, but it was most unusual for a lady such as Miss Veronica. So the idea came to me that perhaps they hadn't truly left, you see.
And what of Dwight Richards?
I learned that Mr. Richards had been seized by the local authorities. It seemed he was under suspicion for the murder of the missing lovers. This was too incredible. And then there's another odd thing that weighs on my mind. When we finally returned to England, Mr. Richards asked me to do him a small personal service. What was strange was that he insisted I keep the matter confidential and not breathe a word of it to anyone.
What kind of service?
Well, there's a small room with an iron door located above the backstage. It was used to store the stage lights and fireworks. He asked me to help him move all of Miss Veronica's personal belongings to the room. Every little thing, without exception. Her large trunk, her dresses, all of it.
Where is this room?
The end of the passage. But there is one difficulty. You see, Mr. Richards has the only key to the room's iron door, because only he has a complete set of keys to this building.
Goodbye, my friend.
My respects, my lord. Would you like anything else?
Goodbye, my friend.
My respects.
Closed.
Интересно къде се намерят тия ключове. Но то сигурно ще трябва от първо да се вземе по някакъв начин. Това не дава да се тараш.
I cannot take her earring.
She's
fabulous, isn't she?
Do you have a complete set of keys to the theatre?
Oh, yes. Take them. But you will see to their safe return.
Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye, sir.
Вера, спиш?
Не.
Какво не?
Watson, stay there and inform me if
Ние тук
Richards
играта
arrives.
технати.
All right, Holmes.
Тази игра е странно.
Let us see whether we can find other
Какво е
evidence.
странно?
И човеците са много странни.
A gift from the gods. Nothing of any interest here. That is of no use.
Тия безкрайни приказки.
I have no interest in this.
И какво всичко за тази кутийка? Не е ли тази кутийка там?
I need
Дето е
something.
до снимката. Ти я показва.
I need something. 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 Nice pattern made of encrusted nacre. What does it mean? This lock has never been forced.
И какво са пъзели?
Ело.
Аз сега да.
Яко ти.
I don't know where your wig is.
These actors.
Брат, не изпазвате, бе. Пазвата и бръкне. No.
What else can I tell you?
Goodbye, miss. And thanks.
You're welcome, Mr. Holmes.
What else do you want?
We must...
Of course. Of course.
Връзката е горе при една пъти. Ти едва ли ще помогнеш.
She is fabulous, isn't she?
Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye, sir.
Тая кутия се прави далаверата, мислете какво имате, казва плана. Хайде, Вера, ще мисли какво има.
Leave me alone, I have to work.
Ми идете при кучето.
close. Watson, stay there and...
All right, Holmes.
Я виж там на върха на вълната е това. Черната линия, къде е това? Виждаш ли? Тук. Тук горе баш на гребена на вълната, дето е черната дупка. Вижда се нещо процент.
I see. To open the safe, I must have the two other earrings.
Ето стана нещо.
Earring. I should show her one of my hints. Would you mind lending me your earring? I shall give it back to you in a few moments.
Certainly. Maybe you would like to borrow Dulce's earring as well. I don't believe she would give it to you, but to me, certainly. If you wait here, I will get it for you.
What? All right, Holmes.
It is elementary. Descriptions of exotic landscapes. Nothing of interest. Richards and Miss Davenport standing in front of the old Fairfax Theatre. But who is this third man?
Well, well, gentlemen, you arrive at precisely the right moment.
Is your good mood a sign that you have found something of interest?
Absolutely, Holmes. It seems to me I caught the right end this time.
What? Really?
We learned about it only by chance. Here's that at 1 o'clock this morning, Grimble arranged for his solicitors to send his demands to the court for the appropriation of Bromsby Enterprises. My men will spare nothing in their search for the elusive Grimble.
Lestrade, pray continue.
Then I followed your advice and we advanced further into our investigation of Mr. Richards. Did you know that his true name is Gaetano Riccardino? As this Mr. Riccardino, at age 19, he was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for armed robbery of a fair store. And who would you think the complainant was in this case? In truth, a certain Melvin Bromsby. This new evidence of his criminal past makes him another principal suspect in these murders.
Very interesting. Any other findings?
It would seem that Grimble and Richards are old associates. They were both intimately involved in the sale and transfer of the Fairfax Theatre. These two make quite a pair, don't you agree?
Well, Lestrade, I'll keep my thoughts on these matters secret for the moment.
bar, you're not playing according to Hoyle. Really, Holmes, you must at least tell me your opinions on Richards.
Mr. Richards is an intelligent person. He is a man of great personal resources. If I had the power of Scotland Yard at my disposal, I would take all steps necessary to ensure that Mr. Richards is secure within a prison cell. And the sooner the better for all concerned. When the case involves murder, it is not wise to underestimate any possibilities.
You are a good man, Holmes. I swear upon my name that within the space of an hour our friend Mr. Richards will be warming a cold cell at Dartmoor.
Very well, my friend. By the way, I would like to see you tomorrow at Sherringford Hall to discuss in greater detail some of the more puzzling elements of this case. Can I expect you?
I would not miss it for the world. This is most fortuitous, as Miss Bromsby also invited me to the hall. I was told they had good news to share, and it seems to me an engagement announcement must be at hand.
So, we shall see you tomorrow. Let us return to Baker Street.
Well, is Lestrade right? This case does seem resolved.
There is but one piece missing that I need to complete this puzzle. Oh, it's not very important from the criminal point of view, but from the economic aspects of this case, it is essential. Regarding the question of whether Lestrade is correct, I will give you 2 items that should provide the answer that you seek. The first is a table representing the shoe sizes of the main characters in this case. Examine it carefully, Watson.
A parcel for you, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, this would be Mycroft. Here is the final piece, which completes our puzzle.
Would this be the second element?
What second element?
You have just said that in order to determine if Lestrade is correct, I would need to consider 2 items. You told me about the shoe sizes, and I ask if this news article is the second clue.
Oh, no account. The second clue is a question. A very simple question. The answer will take the grass under the feet of several English citizens. For if they cannot even guess the answer to this question, they are for the gallows. The question is as follows. Watson, do you think that Horace Fowler slept with a cushion? It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings. The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the...
Ja ги видам. Да. Оня младички. Ето е бокс авто. Да. Ама как се казваше... она надут. Мисля, че е тая Дорис. Значи е горната мис Съливан. Ето и моля да ми намерите червената перука. Да. Добре. Значи едното е съобщението, а другото бъдеше.
We must have made... The question should... We must have made an error. The question should be answered. We must have made... The question should be answered yes or no, and just if... We must have made an error. The question... We must have made... The question should be answered yes. We must... The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Значи за тия деца ти казал, че са така сигурни с това, че за той е последният там с това тук.
We must have made... The question should be answered yes or no, and justify...
Съобщение. А на визитната карточка какво пише? Това нещо да има. А двете едни и същи ли са в смисъл като шериф?
Да.
Май прилича да са едни и същи. Чай да ходя да бухна една вода и ще го мисля.
Тя прави, че звънете на Дени да ви помогне.
We must have made...
Не ме обсъждайте.
Какво станало?
Да, момент само. Нищо ми няма на правописа, секунда да сега. По-добре да мълча май. Така...
Няма, че даваш къл в играта.
Секунда да включи играта, да чакай, че ми се върти. Pero успокой ме, че в главата ми ще мине. Нищо ми няма.
Какво ти на главата?
Не знам, нещо ми се върти. Оф. О, не. Така малко ще чуете ехо, защото забравих да случи звука, но... Сега за Тамен ще мълча. Какво това да ви отговарям?
Ето въпрос ми интересува.
Къде да бъда закрити на друго място? Това е елементарен въпрос. Но не знам да го говоря.
Хубава работа.
Аз ви казах, че ще съм ама... Аз не съм излизала, ама... Тихо там.
Ама пак се сгащихме.
Какво мила?
Пак се сгащихме.
Да, Иво е много доволен от днешен ден на елеватора и ви праща поздрави.
Къде Иво?
Твоя Иво.
Къде го намери?
Пише ми в скайпа.
Това не беше да ми
пише. Той не го знам. За нещо... Май интернет има някакъв такъв, не знам.
Ниело.
Някакъв на случайен принцип хванат.
Добре, тая визитна картичка на той ли е Луис Филипа?
Филип е мас.
Да, това е съобщението от обицата.
Това е на края на петия ден ли е?
Това е на края на играта.
Ама чакайте, има 4-5 ден. Вие минахте ли едни въпроси или не сте?
Минахме.
Браво, браво, много се гордея с вас, не с вас. Банката ще не играеш?
Откъде да го знам?
Попитам, мога да ви казал, лягам си, не ме кефите, тъпите.
Не,
нещо такова. Какво казваш, Мила?
Той си седи и си кириди. И си мълчи.
Сега това е последното, така ли? Съвсем накрая.
Съвсем накрая. Това са последните въпроси и превъртаме игра.
Ей! Много съм щастлива.
Да не повярвам.
Страхотни сте, няма по-яки от вас.
Аз започваме шини.
А не се сърдиш, има ли за разтуха или няма?
Добре. Ами, мога ли? Един път да за разнообразие.
Sorry.
We must have made... The
Тази
question should
сметка Марта приел.
We must... The question should be...
Не, отговорът е да, със сигурност. Едното е френската визитна картичка, другото, чакай, я дай нагоре да видим.
We must... The question... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified... We must... The question...
Я видя това търговец на антици.
We must... The question should be answered... We must... The question should be answered... We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or test. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified... We must have... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation. We must... The question should be answered yes or no and justified... We must... The question should be answered yes or no. We must... The question should be answered yes or no. We must... The question should be answered yes or no. We must have made it... The question should be answered yes or no.
Тук между другото в въпросното пише, че това е незадължителен въпросник. Може да си пропусна. Ама как? Нямам представа. Ще отдълго подчертавам с големо. Оправдавам френска визитна картичка. Визитната картичка на французи. Другото не го казвам.
Значи имате...
Чувате ли ме сега?
Да.
Нали до сега не ме чувахте?
Не те чува.
Още по-е. Аз отивам да полегна малко. И така. Не мога много да говоря в момента и затова по-добре да не ви говоря. Ако имате въпроси, наличен. Отговарям на всякакъв тип въпроси. Айде, ако ще играете нещо, просто ми кажете.
На всякакъв тип въпроси?
Абсолютно на всякакъв. Аз съм свестна. Айде. Вършвайте и до скоро. Айде. Чао.
Сега със всеки тип въпроси ще играем много лоша шега след малко. Значи едното е картичка. Да отказвам ли другото? Другото е документа на антики. Дилъра на антики.
Документа на кой?
Чакай. Документа на дилъра на антики. Явно е това.
We must have made an error. The question should...
Я върни на третия въпрос, дето беше с червенките. Доказателство в Шерингфорд Хол, в кухнята близо до кофата за буклук. Фалшиво копче за артилерийска униформа е намерен. И доказателство в съблекаването. Това дето послужихме ние. Ето го тук. Кухнята близо до кофата за отпада с някаква звук.
We have answered all the questions.
Разлика. Сега.
Тези са Ако уби.
И да, няма вера.
Чите. Много досаждам.
Да, и слагай на всичките никой. Или нареди там по някакви избори. Както ти попадна.
Cabby?
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I feel relieved that everything is settled. The inspector told me that you were not as useful as you had hoped in this case, but you did your best, and I am grateful to you.
Dear Lestrade, well, the inspector deliberately minimized my role in this matter, so that I could reveal a secret to you.
I wish Lieutenant Harrington could be here now, but...
He had to leave for London on a very urgent business.
How could you know?
It is my business to know, Miss Bromsby. Thus, I am able to tell you about the case of the silver earring. Everything begins on that sad afternoon, which was to celebrate your birthday, and ended with the untimely death of your father. Miss Bromsby, you did not murder your father. I kissed your hand that day, and did not detect even the slightest smell of gunpowder. I also discovered powder traces that proved the shot was fired from behind the second side door. You were not seen at that door, but where did the murderer go after taking his shot? Everyone who tried to exit through the side entrance found it blocked. According to witnesses and other evidence, none of the guests could have possibly been the murderer, because they were all present in the ballroom. No one left through the service door, and traces confirm that no one could have fled by using the staircase. The windows in the kitchen, as elsewhere in the manor, were appointed with thick bars, thus they offered no escape. So did he vanish into thin air? In fact, one of the parties did leave the ballroom and went to the kitchen corridor. He left to meet his accomplice, who was not an invited guest. This accomplice was a professional actor who was disguised to resemble our missing invitee. This guest hid under voile in the shadow of a statue and waited for his moment. Meanwhile, his twin acted out his part in the ballroom and provided the murderer with a perfect alibi. When the killer heard the applause, he left his hiding place, aimed, took his shot, and hit his target. It is important to know that the actor was well placed at the manor. He secured entry to the manor by impersonating a French head waiter. Using his position, he persuaded those in charge to use long tablecloths and to arrange the tables in a peculiar manner. When the shooting occurred, our actor joined the crowd and rapidly crept across the room, concealed under the tables. As he neared the side door, he rose from beneath the last table and acted as if he had been jostled and fallen. However, as he stood, he accidentally snagged a small piece of his dirty glove upon a chair. When he arrived at the door, which was held closed by the murderer, he tapped on it using a prearranged code and was allowed entry. He exited to the corridor while his partner continued to hold the door shut against all others. The actor discarded his disguise in the deep kitchen well, helped himself to 2 bottles of excellent whiskey, and quietly went outside. The assassin waited several minutes. Then, in the last seconds of the confusion, he returned to the ballroom. Thus, we have the crime committed by an individual whom everyone swears was in the room when the shot was fired.
But this agrees with my conclusions. Richard is an actor, and everyone swears that Grimble was in the room. I didn't consider the course of events as you described, Holmes, but admit it, our deductions agree. Moreover, both of these suspects are similar in size and manner.
Your theory presumes that Grimble is an excellent shot, which is false. It also takes on faith that Sir Bromsby had discovered the misappropriations, supplying Grimble his motive, but irrefutable proof that neither Grimble nor Richards were guilty waited at Horace Fowlett's, the matter of his pillow.
But there was no pillow at Horace Fowlett's.
Nevertheless, Mr. Fowlett slept with one. When I arrived at his home, I believed him already dead. Therefore, the news of his hasty departure came as no surprise. From the evidence obtained at his home and the statements of his neighbour, I learned the following. On the evening of his death, Mr. Fowlett was visited by a man who desired to sell him some exotic trifle. While this man distracted Mr. Fowlett, a second man quietly crept into the house and tried to open his safe. This individual was well acquainted with the house and the location of the safe. But when he failed to open it, he most likely became enraged and killed Mr. Fowlett. This individual, Miss Bromsby, was your cousin, Wyatt Collins, who returned to England under the name Johansson.
But what about this pillow?
Mr. Fowlett's pillow had vanished. Later, Dr. Watson discovered a feather from the pillow in the train compartments used by the man who impersonated Fowlett. But why did Fowlett's impersonator take the pillow, and why didn't the station manager notice it? Mr. Fowlett was short, but very portly. It order to imitate him, the man used the pillow to create the appearance of a stouter man. There is no other explanation. This man was a much leaner man than Mr. Fowler, Mr. Grimble, or Mr. Richards.
Then, Holmes, who did murder Sir Bromsby? And for what reason?
You see, Lestrade, when it's a question of multiple murders, except for the deviant ones, there are two primary motives, revenge and greed. Wyatt Collins' presence at Fowler's tells us his motive was about Bromsby's wealth. He went there for the express purpose of stealing the will so that he would receive at least a portion of Bromsby's estate. If his uncle had died with no will found, Collins would have been entitled to a share of the inheritance under English law.
But if my cousin failed in his attempt and the evidence clears my name, though I am to inherit, why were my father and cousin murdered? Besides, tomorrow I am to announce my engagement and will be married soon.
Holmes, hold on. There is a flaw in your reasoning. There is only one key for the door to the cement factory, and Grimble is the only person known to have it. So he must be directly involved in the murder of Johansson. I mean Collins.
Is that true, Lestrade? Mr. Richards told me that there was indeed a second key which was lost. And have you forgotten the murder of the barman hunter? A young man without any criminal record, whose sole interests were painting and flowers. Why was he murdered in cold blood, with no signs of forced entry or theft of his lodgings? Simply put, he was killed because he was present when your father was murdered. But why Hunter? What did he see or hear? And above all, how did he acquire the earring of Miss Veronica Davenport, the leading actress of the Fairfax Theatre and Dwight Richards' mistress?
I can stand this no more. My thoughts are dazed. Will you finally reveal who murdered my father?
The murderer? Here he comes now. I understand your feelings of incredulity, but I have never been more serious. You must know that the first person who enters this room is the murderer of your father, Miss Bromsby, and I will provide irrefutable proof of their guilt.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. You made the right choice to leave London. It is unbearably foggy. But Lavinia, darling, what's going on?
She knows.
But how? I mean, what? What does she know? I don't understand. Whatever do you mean?
Oh no, you understand me clearly, Mr. Harrington, and you also, Spencer. Or should I say, Mr. Jeffries?
Explain yourself, Mr. Holmes. What a monstrous misunderstanding.
Oh, I've just explained myself to Miss Bromsby about the truth of her father's murder, but I can tell the story again from the very beginning. It begins several years ago. Wyatt Collins, the nephew of Mr. Bromsby, is forced by his uncle to leave England for South America. His hatred is fostered by the ingratitude he perceives in Sir Bromsby. Wasn't his uncle's career financed by his mother's money? In Collins' mind, Melvyn Bromsby owes him an eternal debt of gratitude, and was thus obliged to finance Collins' indolent lifestyle, fulfilling his every need. Here's our first criminal, Wyatt Collins. Then we have you, Mr. Harrington. You were a brilliant student at the Military Academy, and are an excellent shot, are you not? You were the only person at the reception with sufficient skills to make the shot that took Sir Bromsby's life. During my investigation, I learned that ex-officers of Her Majesty's Army enjoy great favour around the world for administrative positions. You left India and made your way to Brazil, where you obtained the position as warden of the prison in Guaquiamo. Do not try to deny your presence there. The pictures in your hunting portfolio could have been taken nowhere else in the world except Guaquiamo. We now have our second criminal, Lieutenant Harrington. Mr. Jeffries, your arrival in Guaquiamo set things in motion. The theatre company had come to Brazil as part of their worldwide tour. You had been involved with the lovely Veronica Davenport, and loved her with a passionate yet possessive love. However, Miss Davenport did not share your affections. She had in fact tried several times to end your affair prior to the company's arrival in Guaquiamo. It seems she was truly devoted to Dwight Richards and would never leave him. After you arrived, you frequented the town's bawdier spots. This is where you first met Mr. Harrington, and you quickly became close companions. It seems tedium and heartbreak do bring certain people together. After the performance, maddened by alcohol and grief, you killed Miss Davenport because she had rejected your love. You then fled to your newfound friend, the warden, to confess your crime and beg for his help. In a show of friendship, he helped dispose of her corpse and directed suspicions towards your rival, Dwight Richards. Afterwards, you lay low, leaving the others to believe that you had been killed or had gone missing. You stayed hidden until they had departed, and you must have kept Miss Davenport's earring as some morbid souvenir. No doubt you also retained not only the key to the Fairfax Theatre, but the keys from Aston's, where you had been employed several years earlier. Here, then, is our third felon, Mr. Jeffries. Life was difficult in Brazil for our trio. Mr. Jeffries rarely went out, Mr. Harrington's men were talking behind his back, and Mr. Collins' funds were inadequate. One evening, Collins spoke of his cousin, who, in a few months' time, was to return to England from finishing school. She was also the sole heir to one of the greatest fortunes in England. Imagine these three men besotted with alcohol, considering the wealth that would one day pass to this slip of a girl. A terrible plan was devised. Several days later, they left for England, false papers for two of their party in hand, resolved to seize a portion, if not all, of this great inheritance.
Incredible!
Yes, incredible. And horribly true. At first, their plan was to forge a duplicate will or destroy the original, so that Mr. Collins would receive a share of the estate. This would happen soon enough, as they would murder Sir Bromsby at his daughter's birthday reception. It was essential that Collins enter the country under false papers, so that neither his uncle nor the authorities would be alerted to his presence in England. This would avoid any suspicion attaching him for his uncle's death when he arrived to claim his inheritance. They quickly put their plans into effect. Mr. Jeffries arrived at the household in the guise of a stylish French head waiter and studied the lay of the manor. Mr. Harrington, the assassin, would accompany a person with rather poor eyesight to the reception, so that the illusion of the fake Mr. Harrington would go unchallenged. As the head waiter, Jeffries was in a unique position to study the guest list. He quickly learned that two of the guests, Miss Rowntree and Colonel Patterson, had both poor eyesight and were unaccompanied. Lieutenant Harrington was quite busy in the days before the reception. He courted Miss Rowntree with great dedication and made fast friends with the Colonel. He hoped to secure one, if not two, invitations to the reception. Your arrival as the Colonel's guest was your first error, Harrington. Is it credible that a young officer who left the army because of his hatred towards all military authority would easily befriend a man who embodies everything that he detests? But your efforts bore fruit, and you obtained your invitation. Mr. Jeffries, as head waiter, took great care that the tables and tablecloths were arranged specifically to accommodate their schemes. Mr. Jeffries then secured the disguise for his role as the false Lieutenant Harrington. He remembered that an officer's uniform similar to Lieutenant Harrington's and a red wig identical to the colouring of the lieutenant's hair were in storage at the Fairfax Theatre. He learned the company had taken up residence at the site of the old Aston Theatre, for which he still had the key. It was therefore a simple matter for him to acquire these items for his masquerade. They now only lacked the will, which Mr. Collins presumed was kept at Flowlet's house. Their plan was to take these papers prior to the murder of Sir Bromsby, so that Flowlet would be unaware of either their presence or substitution until it was too late. But things went badly. Mr. Jeffries tried to divert Mr. Flowlet, but he must have been alerted by some noise, as Collins struggled vainly to open the safe. Upon being discovered, Collins killed Flowlet on the spot. The two conspirators then left the house in such a way that witnesses believed it was Flowlet himself who had left. They would now have to find another way to get hold of the money, because no doubt Sir Bromsby had disinherited Collins in favour of his daughter. They decided to take the money from his daughter, a young, naive and vulnerable young woman. On the day of reception, Mr. Harrington arrived with Jeffries, disguised as his servant Spencer and the Colonel. With the promise of whiskey, Jeffries easily secured the unwitting aid of two fellow servants and assumed a position at the service door. He wagered that he could pinch 2 or 3 good bottles of liquor from the kitchen if his companions would cover for him. I have just explained what happened next. After the shooting, he took 2 bottles of excellent whiskey. Only someone knowledgeable would have taken these 2 bottles over the others, and Mr. Jeffries had been formerly employed at a luxurious hotel in France. Upon his return, he gave an accounting to his fellow servants, did his hair, and left the manor. The promised delivery of the liquor and his frightened look secured the 2 men's cooperation in providing his alibi. They could not have known his true role in these events. The one problem for the conspirators was the barman, Simon Hunter. He had perfect eyesight, unlike the colonel, and realized that the man who claimed to be near the bar at the time of the murder had in fact lied. He hinted as much to Mr. Harrington and most certainly intended blackmail. As they were short on funds, the accomplices gave him Miss Davenport's earring as collateral and pledged to return with the money he demanded. That night, when Lieutenant Harrington visited us in London, he had just come from Simon Hunter's. Hunter had told Harrington that the earring had been pawned and he would not reveal the name of the shop unless Harrington paid him his money. Mr. Harrington ruthlessly killed Hunter, and the earring so precious to Mr. Jeffries was lost. Earlier that morning, Jeffries lured Collins to the cement factory on the pretext of fabricating false evidence against Grimble. But they no longer needed Collins to acquire the Bromsby fortune. Mr. Harrington would wed the young heiress, then, after a reasonable time, they would cause her untimely death, and they would take it all. So Mr. Jeffries murdered Collins and made sure his body was barely recognizable. If he was identified, it would not affect their plans, as they believed leaving the corpse at the cement factory would direct suspicion towards Grimble. When Mr. Harrington came to see us, he learned we were hot on Collins' trail and had traced his movements up to the factory. He assumed we would go there within the hour and left to quickly round up his associates and devise a plan. Jeffries, from his days at the Fairfax Theatre, knew an Asian of questionable talents who had no visible ties with this case and would attack us without drawing suspicion their way. We avoided this attack, and from that moment, I was convinced of Harrington's involvement in the conspiracy. The last elements of proof were revealed at the vagrants' camp near the monastery outside of London. Mr. Jeffries had tramped through England in his past and might have thought to hide Collins in the forest near the Richmond's Abbey. The very day that I was there, he tried to destroy all evidence of Collins' murder. Fortunately, he did not manage to destroy everything. It seems Collins, foreseeing his possible death, left a small surprise for his accomplices. It would be easily missed, except by someone who observes all and misses nothing.
But this is merely some draft to lull us to sleep, Mr. Holmes. Lavinia, surely you can't believe these mad accusations? They arise from nothing. What proof do you offer for what you say? None.
Believe what you will, Mr. Harrington. I will warn you that Mr. Collins left a letter written in his own hand, which named yourself and Mr. Jeffries and accused you both of complicity in the murder of his uncle. At this very moment, Inspector Lestrade's men are conducting a search of your rooms. They will find the evidence that, when added to the accusations within this letter, will prove your guilt beyond all doubt. The Chirapaqui cigarettes, your portfolio, as well as a feather from the pillow which was taken from Horace Fowlett's. These items prove my deductions. I suggest we wait here for their arrival with these proofs, and I assure you our wait will be brief.
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. Well done. Accept my apologies, my dear Lavinia. I think under the circumstances it would be best if we postponed our engagement. I'm sorry for your father, but what do you expect? We had to give it our best shot.
Where is the earring now? You will tell me, where is it? Unless you tell me at once where the earring is, no one will leave this room alive. Don't you understand? You are all going to die.
They are all yours, Lestrade. I suggest you return with your agents to London as soon as possible.
Drama.
Thank you, Mr. Grimble, for literally applying my precepts. Watson, let us escort Miss Bromsby to her rooms. She will need her rest.
Holmes, Collins never named either Harrington or Jeffries in his letter.
Indeed, Watson, but they could not have known. I played my bluff, and they believed me.
And Grimble, where did he appear from?
You can now boast that one of the most influential men in England served as your driver. Since my visit to Fowlet's, I knew that Grimble had nothing to do with this crime. I asked him to assist with the investigation, and it was at my request that he took steps to acquire Bromsby Enterprises. He gained us precious time by forcing Harrington and Jeffreys to wait and see if Miss Bromsby would inherit. He ran quite a risk in doing me this favour, because their plots then turned against me. I also asked him to send the letter which lured the two murderers away from the hall. I needed a moment to explain everything to Miss Lavinia. It would be dreadful if she fell into the hands of her father's killer. From the beginning, Grimble was concerned only with saving her inheritance. He never once doubted her innocence.
Nevertheless, didn't he misappropriate those funds?
Indeed, but not for his own profit. It was solely to protect his friend Bromsby. An ex-architect with whom he had quarrelled, a Mr. Waters, had contacted Sir Bromsby before this intrigue began. Waters learned from Captain Bowie that Sir Bromsby had encouraged certain actions against workers hired to build a bridge in India. That project was the bridge over the Kalidasa Abyss. Waters blackmailed Bromsby from afar. Grimble received the letters and considered them to be quite serious. He knew his hot-tempered friend well and preferred to conceal the blackmail attempt for fear of disastrous consequences. So Grimble made regular payments to Waters in exchange for his silence. Unfortunately, Collins discovered the arrangement while he was working at the cement factory and threatened to reveal everything. Grimble could not afford for that to occur. He managed to rid himself of Collins by sending him to Fowlet. Then it was Bromsby's turn to discover the blackmail by sheer accident. He was angered, but before he could decide his next move, Mr. Waters died suddenly and removed all threat. When Grimble learned that Waters had died, he confessed all to Bromsby. He noted that the money paid was a pittance when measured against Bromsby Enterprises, and that the same amount could now be obtained in other ways. India had enriched them so greatly, and Bromsby had been cursed over the harm done to the Indian people in his employment. It was decided that these same funds would now be sent on a monthly basis to a Bombay orphanage in the care of a Sergeant Brahamai. It is possible that Bromsby intended to increase his patronage, and this was the important news he intended to reveal to the press at his daughter's reception. It was she who harshly reproached him regarding his behavior towards the Indians in his employ. Do you remember the words from that poem which he had written into the It said that the ungrateful always die miserably.
Indeed, Holmes. But there is one thing that I still don't understand. Why did you ask Lestrade to put Richards behind bars? He wasn't guilty of any crime, but you treated him as a murderer.
I advised Lestrade that it would be prudent to place Richards in custody so we could protect him from harm. Mr. Richards is a wise and intelligent man. He would have recognized Harrington and Jeffreys on sight. When he realized that Jeffreys was alive and that I possessed the missing earring, he would have drawn the same conclusions as I. So this investigation would have been stopped cold by one or two more murders.
I see.
Well, Watson, you seem to know everything. Tell me, please, that small missive which I can see on the desk. It contains 2 invitations to the opera's opening night, does it not? If so, I shall finally have the opportunity to hear this marvelous soprano. Well, what do you say, Watson?
разгледа свърши.
Айде, отивате на опера.
Къде да отивам?
На опера ще ходим двамата.
Ще ходим.
Рано. Нали така казва той?
Верно с малко помощ от локотрото. Тия въпроси все пак, колкото и да не е
Не ми хареса тази игра.